Ladies and gentlemen, today is Thursday, December 5th, 2024, and this is Circuit Studios. I am Marushia Dark. Welcome on this channel. We do art, writing, game design, all sorts of creative endeavors. Today we're going to be taking a look at a somewhat of a beginner project, but it is going to help us not only to teach you guys some of the ropes if you're just getting into game development, it'll also allow us to test and flex our skills, as well as build up a library of scripts and tools that we can use in other projects down the road, particularly the Pirate Software Game Jam, which is coming up on January 17th. Definitely looking forward to that. We had a lot of fun doing that back in July. Before we get into all that, though, we do have a couple of announcements. First of all, happy birthday to Levi Rossman, aka Gotham Chess. If you're not sure who he is an international chess master, a chess teacher. He is one of the most popular chess content creators out there on the internet today. He's helped a lot of people, including yours truly, improve their chess game. So just wanted to say thank you and best wishes to Levi, particularly on his road to Grand Mastery. Something else, we have recently launched our new merch store. Just in time for the holidays. So if you are someone who's creative or know somebody who is, definitely give that a look-see. Link down in the description. We have all sorts of designs for whether you'd rather be coding, drawing, programming, composing music. We have ones for welding, gaming. That's a very popular one. You can browse them by design or by the individual pieces that we have. We have light versions and dark versions of all of them. So definitely check that out. See if there's anything that you'd like, and it would be a way for you to help support this channel. And then, of course, we also have our live stream courses where we do gaming every Sunday. We do art streams every Tuesday, as well as all of the streams for our past game dev projects if you want to learn how to get into game design and see the entire process from start to finish. So towards that end, today we are going to be working on what is known as the 20 Games Challenge. I will be going over all of this. If you've never heard of this, this is an excellent project for you if you're just breaking into game design. Obviously, I've been doing game design for a number of years, so this is going to be more of a test of skill and also flourish, how we're able to take the basic designs of these games and see if we can tweak them and push them in new and interesting ways. Only other thing I have to say is if you enjoy the content that we make on this channel, be sure to give us a like, share, subscribe so that you know when we release new content. I'm going to be doing one of these almost every day, barring holidays and family events, up until the Pirate Software Game Jam. So if you would like to see how to make these types of games, you can definitely use this video as a resource. So, how does it work? The goal of the 20 Games Challenge is to gradually learn more about game development through a series of small projects. At the end of the challenge, you should be comfortable creating games in your engine of choice without a tutorial. This is not a tutorial. Instead, you should think of this more like a syllabus. If you do everything yourself during the challenge, then you will have practice estimating, planning, programming, and polishing your game. You'll also be able to create the music, sound effects, 2D and 3D art that you'll need. Each of these skills can take a lifetime to master, but you will at least be familiar with every major aspect of video game development, and you will be able to estimate the scope of any game you want to make in the future. So a couple important points that are raised there. Again, number one, this is not a tutorial. So for our purposes here, I know that a number of people have made some of the games in this series. So for instance, our friend Brandon at Squatch Studio has made Flappy Bird, which will be the one that we're looking at today. GMTK has made it. A whole bunch of people have made their own versions, their own spins on a lot of these games. So the point is to learn. As such, I will not be using AI for any of this, apart from maybe, like Google search or Brave search. if I need to look something up. But we're not going to be using AI for coding. We're not going to be using AI for art. If I do need to use art assets, I'm either going to be sourcing them from stuff that's already online. So a lot of these simpler games already have sprite packs, or we're going to be drawing them ourselves because most of them are simple enough we should be able to do that. So yeah, this is not a tutorial, although you watching at home, you can watch as I'm doing it and you can learn how to make them yourselves if you need it. This is one way to escape so-called tutorial hell, where you get stuck doing somebody else's interpretation, somebody else's implementation, rather than working through the very important skill of trying to figure things out for yourself, breaking down complex systems, and trying to reverse engineer them from scratch. And as I said, each of these can take a lifetime to master, especially with indie developers. We have to wear all of the hats, all of them. So we have to do art, writing, programming, marketing, sound design, UI, UX, all of that stuff. Something else, I'm not going to be doing GDDs for all of these, even though that is something that we normally do on this channel. And if you're not familiar with what a GDD is, we have an entire video about game design documents, what they are, how to make them, when to make them, why to make them, as well as templates for you. So if that is something that you would like to learn more about, we definitely have resources on that. But yes, I'm not going to be making a GDD for these because most of them are simple enough and we can just look at the existing game and use that as a springboard for what we're aiming at. So prerequisites. You don't need any special skills or training to get started making games. If you have never made a game before, then there are a few things that you might want to do before you jump in. Number one, decide on an engine, maybe. Or if you're very ambitious, I would not recommend this, but you could make your own. And start with a tutorial if you need it. So as far as the tutorials, that's more so geared towards learning the programming language, learning the engine. And so in my case, I'm going to be using Unity. And if you are also somebody who is going to be using Unity and are new to Unity, I would definitely recommend somebody like CodeMonkey, that you check them out. They have tutorials on the engine itself, as well as learning C#, everything from beginner all the way up to advanced. Let's see. But yeah, so decide on an engine. So let me just look this up real quick. Pirate Software Gel.
First, what we like to do is we choose a game, right? The kind of game we want to make. We make a game design document for this. Then we have the parameters for the kind of game that we want. We choose an engine because the engine's going to allow you to make the kind of game that you want to make. Then after that, we choose a language because the language is chosen based on which engine you have. So by doing it in this order, you are able to make the game that you want to make and you get to learn a whole lot of stuff. Usually you don't choose the engine first because that doesn't make a lot of sense because you're like, well, I want to use this engine to make this kind of game. Wait a minute. And you find out you want to put something in the game that doesn't work with the engine anymore, and now you've wasted a bunch of time. So it's best to go from the top down. Always the best.
So in my case, as I said, I'm going to be using Unity Engine, mostly because that's what I have experience with, but also because I know that it has all the tools and systems and capabilities required to make all of these games. All right, so the challenge itself. Make up to 20 games on your own. Start with 10 of the recommended games or a game of similar scope. Each game will build on the fundamentals while introducing new concepts. By the end of game 10, you should be able to make a 2D or simple 3D game. You don't have to do everything. Some games are conceptually simple, but contain a lot of content. For these games, you might want to make a single level instead of the entire game. This is called a vertical slice. Check out each game's definition of done for more details. So as we get into some of the more complicated titles, so I think some of the examples they have on there are like Donkey Kong or Super Mario. Obviously, those are fully fleshed out. We're not going to make the entire thing, but we're just going to make a prototype of those. At this point, you should know how to make a simple game. There are still a lot of advanced concepts to learn, though. The second set of games are directed at expanding your knowledge. Try to come up with a goal or theme for yourself and pick games that will help you reach your goal. The goal of the challenge is to learn how to make games in 20 games or less, so you might be ready to start a different project after only 10 or 15 games. So I have gone ahead and selected enough that I can do this entire challenge twice over, possibly even more. So we'll see how well this series does, as well as time constraints. If this is something that I'm going to be continue doing for the foreseeable future, if that is something that you would like, let me know, and we can certainly do that. End with a capstone. Make a game that is either 1, larger than before, or 2, more difficult to complete and take some extra time to polish it up. This is your chance to show off everything you've learned during the challenge. Additional rules. No tutorials are allowed. Looking up specific questions, how to move an object, how to save to disk, etc. is fair game though. After all, the single most important skill for any developer is the ability to find answers online. Every rule does have exceptions, so don't feel bad if you need to break it. Understand, though, that following steps one at a time is not necessarily the same thing as learning. If you need to watch a tutorial, watch it in its entirety, then return to your game. This will ensure you are still putting in the work needed to learn and grow. I would actually challenge that and say, if you are going to look up a tutorial, don't look up the entire thing, only look up how to do that specific problem that you have, and then go back and try and figure it out yourself. So for instance, we could go ahead and watch Brandon's video on how to make Flappy Bird in 5 minutes, but we're not going to do that. We're going to try and figure it out for ourselves. Constrain yourself. This isn't a game jam, so you don't need to make a game in a single weekend. However, I would highly recommend setting a time limit so each game doesn't take you a year to complete. You can always polish a project more, but setting constraints and moving on is a good skill to learn. So that's something that's very important. There's Jason Wyman, a fellow Unity developer. He has a saying, make it work, make it right, make it fast, in that order. I would add make it pretty to the end of that, although there is some debate about whether make it fast and make it pretty, which of those comes first. But the idea is that you start off with a simple prototype, basic shapes, and then you worry about adding polish and flair and stuff after that once you have the working prototype, the proof of concept already completed. You want to lock down, because we're working as game designers, you want to lock down the look and feel. You want to lock down the feel of the game first before you lock down how it looks, because there are plenty of games, as you'll see when we get to the list, where they're very simple shapes, like VVVVV is a very simple example. I would recommend 20 hours of actual game time as a starting time limit for a project, but you might need more time than that depending on your prior knowledge and skill level. Later, larger projects will take longer to complete simply due to the amount of content larger games contain. So for our purposes here, I am going to limit myself to basically just one stream session per game here. So for instance, today, I actually have to end at 9 o'clock, so that's 6 hours from now. So I have 6 hours in which to make a working version of Flappy Bird. Now, at my skill level, if I can't make Flappy Bird in 6 hours, then I may as well hang up my coat and go home. But for you, if this is your first time, if you're just starting out, if you're new to the engine, if you're new to this entire workflow, then maybe 6 hours is not enough time, and maybe you do need the full 20 hours, and that's okay because everybody is working at different levels, different speeds. For some of the later ones, so like Mario, for instance, things where we start to get into like state machines and actual procedural generation and 3D modeling, those I might bump up to 2 days, but for the purposes of this challenge, I'm not going to go beyond that. Be flexible. You should start out with one of the recommended games. After that, feel free to try new things and challenge yourself. Start out with a rough plan, but be willing to personalize the challenge and substitute different projects in as you go. You'll learn new things, and you might have some new ideas you want to experiment with after a while. That's all. Jump to the challenge page to get started. Okay, cool. So, the challenge. Here is a list of 10 games to get you started. There are a couple of alternatives, so you can select either game from each section. Each game will be slightly larger and more difficult than the game from the previous section, so you will always be learning and growing as you make more and more games. Each game in the list will have a short description, as well as a definition of done and a difficulty estimate. So the fact that they have this description and definition of done is why I'm not making a GDD. If you were doing this on your own, if you have little to no experience making GDDs, then that might be something that you want to work on and develop that skill for yourself. For my purposes for this, I'm probably just going to keep a scratch pad of concepts. All right. Click and tap on the game to see the details. Click here to see what each part of game's description means. Okay, so yeah, we get that. So game one, we can either pick Pong or Flappy Bird. So as you probably tell from the title and the thumbnail, I'm going to be doing Flappy Bird in this case. I thought about doing Pong, but Pong is so simple. It's like, why even bother? I may do tomorrow actually a combination of Pong and Breakout, because both of those games are simple enough that, and they're basically a lot of the same concepts. It's just bouncing ball physics against a bunch of bricks. Jetpack Joyride is simple enough that we could probably also do that as like an extension of Flappy Bird. So tomorrow I might either do Jetpack Joyride or Pong and Breakout. We will see. You will know if you're watching this in the future which one I've done. Okay. So game one, start here. Select a game from the tabs above. You only have to make one of the games. If you can't decide, just make Pong. After you've made this game, go on to game two below. Step one, make a game. Gain a basic understanding of your game engine / editor and put together a complete but small game. Don't worry about making art just yet. You can find a lot of sprites online that you can use. The main focus for now is on the mechanics of the game engine itself, things you will learn using your game engine of choice, creating and destroying objects, processing player input and moving objects on screen, detecting and reacting to collisions. Okay, so let us open this up. Flappy Bird was a mobile game from 2013. It was a sleeper hit, gaining sudden and massive popularity in 2014, likely due to attention from a popular YouTuber at that time. The game was removed from the App Store after its sudden popularity due to negative media attention. The game is extremely simple and was designed to mimic the feeling of bouncing a ping pong ball on a paddle as long as possible. So some of you millennials and Zoomers might not know what that refers to. It's one of these guys with a string. Let's see if we can get a GIF of that. So basically that kind of emotion is what they're talking about. Flappy Bird is a popular game for new developers and is featured in many first game tutorials. So I usually refer to it as the hello world of game design. In fact, look up So if you're new to game design, Game Maker's Toolkit is a very good resource, and one of Mark's recommended first games is, of course, a Flappy Bird clone. So if you do need a tutorial, that's another resource for you. All right, so complexity and scope are both 1 star. Goals: create a game world with a floor, add an object that represents the main character, apply a constant force to the character so it falls to the floor, add obstacles on the left of the game area. The obstacles should slide across the screen towards the right. I think they mean to the left. The obstacles will appear in pairs with a vertical gap between them. So like the classic pipes, for instance, with the little bird going through. There are other variations of this game that go all the way back to like the Armored games and Flash days, where you have like the helicopter going up and down inside a bunch of jagged caves. All right. What are you going to do about those pipes? You could create a really long level and hope the player never gets to the end of it. Bad idea. But it would make more sense if you code to create obstacles when you need them. Better idea. The game obstacles pipes will move off of the screen and never be used again. You might want to delete them once they're no longer useful, or better yet, reuse them by moving them to the other side of the screen once they move off. Again, I think they have left and right confused here. So detect when the character collides with the floor or obstacles. Reset when a collision occurs. Accumulate 1 point for each obstacle that the player passes. Display the score. Stretch goals. Add some sounds that will play each time the player gets a point and when the player loses. Add a basic game over screen to display the player's score. Track the high score between play sessions and display the high score alongside the current score. Add some background art. Try layering the background or scrolling at a different rate to the foreground obstacles. This is called parallaxing. All right, and then here's a whole bunch of people who have made various versions of this game. And I think you all get the idea. Cool. I guess the goals counts as what's done. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do with all of these, after reading the description and the goals, is we're going to do research. So we are going to take a look at the actual Flappy Bird. So here's official trailer.
The latest gaming sensation, Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird.
Why is it so hard?
Downloaded more than 50 million times.
It is the number one
app
in over 100 countries.
It's a global sensation.
And people going crazy by the addictive nature of the game.
Until suddenly it was game over.
The mobile game Flappy Bird has been taken off the Apple App Store and Google's
Users across social media expressing their disappointment.
You can't play
Their
Flappy
game
Bird
is
anymore.
gone. Rest in peace.
Interesting. So they have like different character skins and unlocks. All right. So yeah. So apparently the creator of it got really upset that a bunch of people were copying his idea. Gameplay.
What's up, IGN? Brian Albert here with my good friend and the bearded beauty, Jared Petty.
I know most of you know what this looks like.
So we're playing maybe the worst.
So I know that most of you know what this game looks like already. It's very simple enough, but just to get you in the habit of this is how you do research, and we're going to analyze and break down systems. It's good to do this on smaller projects because when you get to larger projects, like say you wanted to remake, I don't know, Halo 2, right? You would have to go and watch gameplay footage of it, analyze what's working, what isn't working, what are the core elements, what are the core systems of it. So learning how to do this on a simple project like this, you know, it may sound simple and condescending, but that's how it goes. And people have done like 1 minute, 10 minute, 1 hour challenges.
Worst game of the year?
No, I think that's completely unfair.
I know, I'm kidding. This game's actually pretty good. It's the game we cannot stop playing.
Yep.
It's called Flappy Bird.
Flappy Bird.
So why don't you tell us what you do in this game?
Well, in this game, you tap. It's sort of like the old formula, the story about Nolan Bushnell from Atari and how he figured out his first video game was too complicated. So when he created Pong, the instructions on the cabinet were avoid missing ball for high score.
Always the history with you.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. So tap to flap. That's this
tap
game.
to flap. That's it. Very good. Ooh, nice run. Did
Tap
you
to
make that
flap.
up?
I should. I'm in the wrong job. I need
You
to be
are.
in whatever job would say that. So just the other day, our features editor, Justin Davis, was walking around the office with his phone saying, you have to play Flappy Bird. It is the Dark Souls of iPhone games. And while I don't really like that comparison, sorry, Justin, the game is actually pretty.
All right, I'm not going to watch through all of their commentary here. We get the idea. You click, you flap, you go up. Okay. So now it's going to be time for us to make our version. So I have Unity open here. I just have a simple empty scene, an empty universal render pipeline project in 3D. I chose 3D because some of the games that we do later are going to be in 3D, and I can do 2D or 3D with this. It's just an empty project. I've only added a couple of packages from the Windows package manager. Some of these are ones that are either in the Unity registry or they're ones that I bought myself. So I got a 2D sprites package, which we need for this. I have Cinemachine. What else? We have TextMesh Pro for better UI stuff. I have Hot Reload. So this is a paid asset. If you're not familiar with it, it basically just avoids really long recompile times when you switch back and forth from your code editor to the engine. We added V hierarchy, which basically just allows me to go and add colors and little icons to our hierarchy here. So with all that said, let us get started. So I'm going to create a new folder. Call this Flappy Bird. So go create a new scene. Okay, open that up and create this folder. This will be for graphics and scripts. Okay, let's also get some music going here. All right, I'm actually going to turn that down on my end. Let us go and see if we can find some sprites, actually. That looks pretty good. Save image as. Where is it? Unity projects, 20 game challenge, assets. Where did I set that up? You are under that. Okay. There we go. Sure. Make sure we'll save that as a PNG, a ping. All right, so now we come in and change this to sprites UI to multiple. Hit apply. Okay, so that made it transparent. Come over to the sprite editor and just automatic should be good. Alright, so probably we're going to want like a separate font for the counter rather than using these. Alright, I think that's everything. Notice there's metals here. I don't recall being metals in there. We'll have to figure that out as we go. Okay, so we have all our sprites. So what do we want here? So probably want a character. Close bird. Get ourselves set up for success here using the hierarchy. Camera, there we go. Okay, so something that I like to do is create empty parent. Okay. So where is our bird? Change that to orthographic view. There he is. reset the transform. Oh, because we need a sprite renderer. Alright, so let's pick, let's just pick the yellow one for now. There he is. He is a very tiny boy. Maybe I should have done a 2D workspace instead. How big is this? 17 by 12. Okay. So what I want to do here one thing I like to do is separate out the visuals from the base object. And the reason for that here is so that we can scale this up. Let's go 10 for now. Okay. And let's get a background. Send that back. You know what? Instead of doing that, let us get an empty parent. Environment. And we'll just scale everything up together. That way we only have to do it once. And get the bird centered there. Okay. So we have that. And turn this into solid color. Okay, so we have our bird. So now we need to get him bouncing. So I'm going to create two scripts. One will be called bird. And pipe. Okay, just attach that to there. And then duplicate that. Call that pipe. Let's do the bottom one. So that's at, call that -1. Bottom. Okay. So I don't know if that's going to be enough room, but we will see. We also want to add a box collider 2D to each of these. So that'll just handle our collision. Okay. And then we also need an area in between these. Call that trigger. Also a box collider. Make sure we set that to is trigger. And resize this. So the idea is that when the bird passes through this trigger area, that's going to count as a score. Whereas if it hits these colliders in the pipes, it's just going to die and that'll be game over. Okay. So we also want a folder for prefabs. Can remove this. Add pipe. Okay. So, on our bird script, open up Visual Studio. So what is it that we want to have happen here? Let us start by adding a rigid body. So this is going to allow it to apply physics. So if I just save this and hit play, you'll see he falls down. Okay. And in fact, let's move this off to the side. Okay, good. So, probably want a serialized field for so our upward velocity every time we tap. So let's just call this flap force. Okay. And we'll come down here and we'll make a method, private void flap. We also need a reference to our rigid body. Private rigid body, excuse me. Rigid body 2D. Let's call it RB for now. RB equals get component rigid body 2D. Yep. Okay. So RB dot add force. Vector dot up times flap force. And we'll say if input dot get mouse button down, left mouse button, then we'll just say flap. And so if the bird private void on collision enter, if other dot get component out dot game object. No. What's wrong with this picture here? I guess we do that. Then freeze controls, motion, guy, and game. Okay, so let us make public action on touch pipe so on pipe dot invoke private void So what I'm doing here is I'm setting up what's known as a delegate. A delegate is basically where you have a function that acts as a variable. So when I get the mouse button down, we're just going to flap. And should probably make set is active to true when we start. Okay, and we'll say if not is active, then return. So if we're not active, we can't flap. So here we say is active equals false. Okay. So then up here, private void on enable, on pipe plus equals touch pipe on disable untouched pipe minus equals so if you've never seen this before, essentially what I'm doing here is we have this action, so whenever the pipe is touched, then we're going to register a bunch of other things that we want to have happen. Okay, so whenever untouched pipe gets called, then all of these other things will get called as well, and we can have it be in other scripts as well can also refer to this. Probably also want to make this a singleton. Public static instance private void awake instance equals this, because there's only ever going to be one bird at a time, presumably. At least one player bird. And in fact, let's rename this to player, because it may not necessarily be a bird, it could be other things, but it definitely is always the player. And let's also rename this to hazard. So on collision enter gets called whenever we collide with something for the first time. And so we're saying, you know, does the collider on the thing that we hit, we're going to try and get a component, which we're going to call hazard. So in this case, our pipe. Okay. And if it does have that, then we're going to say that we touch the pipe. And in fact, let's rename this to untouched hazard. Okay. That should be everything that we need for that. Alright, so let's actually make an interface for this. Click enter. This we'll call pipe. So that's going to extend iHazard. And here, on a behavior, on trigger enter 2D. Out player. Try get component. Action on dot invoke. And then for here, this needs to be 2D. That's incorrect signature. What is the correct signature? Collision 2D. Okay, there we go. Alright, this needs to be in its own script. So, if you're new to Unity, if you hover over a class or an interface, and you hit Control period, it'll bring up quick actions and refactoring, and if you go to move type 2, it'll bring that to its own folder within its own class, its own script within the same folder. Okay, so I might want to invert the logic of that. So what we probably want to do is have public class game manager public static enter instance So something else you can do, if you hover over a method and there's only one line, you can hit command period quick actions and refactoring to bring up expression body, and that'll just consolidate that like that. Okay, so again, move that to its own script. It's fine. Managers. Game manager. Give you a little cog icon, and you can be blue. Might feel a sneeze coming on, 1 second. Okay. So, so our 2 pipes will get that. Our trigger will get a pipe trigger. So we have no side-to-side motion yet, so we should be able to just click and it'll go up or not. So let's see. We also need a flap force. Let's just say 10. Let's try that. And that's not working. Maybe it's got to be even more. There we go. Probably want even more. Let's try 150. Okay. Is that enough? I guess we'll have to test and see. Maybe we want even more. Let's try 200. That feels about right. Okay. So now we need to have hazards on the top and bottom. So let's say out of bounds. Let's give that a box color 2D. And give you Maybe we want to make this an abstract class instead. And we'll say collision enter 2D. If dot try get component out player dot on touched hazard dot invoke. Okay. So then this is going to extend mono behavior. Leave that for now. Let's not make it abstract. Let's put this in our player. Okay. And we'll say player dot on touch trigger. Okay. Easy. Get rid of that. We don't need that. Okay. Let's get some more music going. Let's see. Watching our friend Machop playing Banjo-Tooie the other day. Okay, call that hazard. And I guess for now, touch hazard. And we'll just put you down here, I guess, at the bottom of the screen, and we'll put another one at the top of the screen. So now if we touch either of those, okay, we have one down there and one up there. So let's see how we did. And it passed straight through because that 1.5, pull that 1.5. You don't have a collider, that's why. Kinda can't do collisions if you don't have a collider. Okay. And I can already tell that's probably very tight. Let's do 1.15 minus 1 point. Okay. So let's see. Alright, so touch to hazard. Not sure why it triggered twice. Why is it triggering twice? Right. Because we're doing it on the hazard, we don't need the bird doing it. There we go. And control is disabled. And if we try again, going up. And we hit the ceiling and we fall down. Excellent. Okay. Should also say, if not, return. That way it's only triggering the first time. It's like we hit the top and then we hit the bottom again and it's getting called again. So we don't need that. So now... So we've been going an hour so far. So now we need a way to spawn pipes. So let's do... Model behavior. Public. Prefab. Private void. And let's actually make this serialized private. Try and maintain good habits. Okay, private void. Let's see. Instantiate pipe prefab. So we need some kind of offset. So serialize yield, private float, wait time. Private void start. Invoke repeating. Spawn pipe wait time. Why not? Can I actually do... No, okay. Let's just say 5 seconds to start. So then we need serialize field, private, float, offset distance equals. This will probably have to get tweaked, but let's just say var position equals new vector 3. Let's do vector 3 dot up times var offset equals random.range minus offset distance. And we'll just say position returning in dot identity so it doesn't have rotation. Okay. So var is just a placeholder, an anonymous casting. So in this case it'll be a float, in this case it'll be a vector 3. Okay, so we get a range between the negative value of that and the positive value of that, and then we multiply it by the up direction by that value. And so as we set this, that should be more than enough. In fact, we could visualize that. We could say private void on draw gizmos, gizmos dot color equals color dot red. Dot draw transform dot position size vector times offset distance. So that'll just allow us to visualize the size of our collider. In fact, let's do new vector 3 0.35 offset distance 35 float. This has to be a float, not a decimal. Okay. That way it'll be a skinny box, but it'll adjust in height. Okay. So and then our pipe itself is going to need private serialize field. Why not? Private floats. Because you don't have using the Unity engine for some reason. Private float speed equals minus, we'll just say -5 for now. And we could do this with a rigid body, we could do this with just normal translation. I kind of want to do it with a rigid body. private rigid body 2D RB. So RB dot set I'm just wondering, is it going to b dot left times speed, so then we don't need to make this negative. Okay. So I'm wondering if when it hits our bird, is it going to cause either of them to be flying off? So what we can do here is say if player.instance.is active, so we need to make this public. Public pool is active. Get private set. Make this a property. So the reason I'm making it a property is we want to make it public, but we don't want it exposed in the editor. So if we just made it public normally, then it would be exposed in the editor as well. I don't necessarily want that. I just want it to be accessible from elsewhere, but we only want to set it from within here. Okay. To 3.0. Okay. So initially we set its velocity going to the left, and if the player is inactive, then we just freeze it. Okay. Let's see how we did. It would also help if I put hot reload on. Kind of defeats the point of having that. Okay. So you have that. All right, let's just see. Null ref exception. Because you don't have a rigid body. Okay. Let's do this instead. Put you there. And instead of you, just do that. And then no gravity, because we don't want you falling down. And then that can just be mono behavior. Okay. how we did. So you need to freeze your rotation. More null riffs. RB equals get component. May as well make that while we're at it. And take our pipe. Okay, let's see how we did. Okay, so a couple things. First of all, your speed is too high. Serialize field, private transform, parent. On the spawner. Okay. We'll put that off to the side there. And let's do offset by as much as 2 in either direction. Okay. Five. So that needs to be transform. So at that position, and then just have it wait. We'll have it wait 3 seconds. So apply our changes. Okay, let's try it now. And for some reason that decides it wants to stop. Let's try again. 3, 4, 5, 6. Why is it stopping? The issue here. Let's call this destroy time. Pipe. Destroy game object in destroy time. Let's see. Player dot instance is active. Otherwise, vector 3.0. So if you've never seen this before, this is a ternary operator. It's basically the same as saying if this, then do this, else do this. So that's equivalent to if I said if player.instance is active, then rb.velocity equals vector 3.left times, oh. Do I need time.delta time? That's a good point. Else rb.velocity, right? So this whole line is equivalent to doing these. So, okay. So, very important skill to have as a game designer is if something is going wrong, being able to diagnose what is going wrong and fix it. All right, let's see if our destroy is working at least. That should be 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Probably doesn't need to be that long. Is it colliding with something here? Does it have to be kinematic? keeps wanting to go to the left. What if instead of this, we just said transform.translate vector 3.left times speed Okay. That's closer. What is it getting caught on? Just remove that for now. And say, make that smaller. See if that fixes anything. Okay. Okay, so that seems like it's working now. Maybe we can have them spawn in even more frequently. All right, so pipe spawner. Call this start time. Okay, and offset distance. Could probably be even more. Do 2.5. So something else to note is that a lot of the tutorials that you'll see online are after people have already figured out, you know, how to do all this stuff. They're not trying to figure it out in real time. Okay. So let's make the wait time down to 2 maybe. Two, and there's another one. Okay. All right, we have the core gameplay loop. Maybe we can make the collision a bit more generous. So 0.0. So a good principle of game design is to be a little bit more generous for the player than what it would actually be. So in this case, making the collider a little bit smaller. Yep, it's flapping. All right, let's put some more music on. Industries extended inside. How long have we been going? Hour and a half, so not terrible. All right, so now we have the basic mechanics done. All right, so now would be time to add in things like UI. Create empty canvases. Put our event system up there. Call this the UI canvas. Okay, so screen space overlay, scale with screen size. What is mobile? It's what, 9 by 16? UI. Sure, import TMP. We only have to do that the first time. Okay. Put you up there. Usually 50 minus 50 is pretty good, I find. Turn off raycast target. Something we could add. From my assets. shadow. Just to make our UI a little bit nicer, because I don't like the default one in TextMesh Pro, because you have to go in and modify the base material itself. Turn off the demo. Okay. Public class. Public static UI manager instance. Get private set. Private void awake. Let's see. Serialize field. Private text mesh pro UGUI. Score text. Public const string. That way I don't have to keep writing this every time. Score text equals score plus 0. Okay. Private void set text. Public int score. Score text dot equals score. Okay. Private void on enable. Player.instance dot on touch trigger plus equals count up, and same thing for on disable. So here, by using that delegate, that action in the player class, we're able to decouple this. So the player and the obstacles don't even need to know that a UI manager exists, and the logic will all still work. Trying to think, is there anything else we need to add to that? game over canvas. Private void over canvas dot game object dot active true game active false. Take this. Actually, it'll take all of this. Nope. Not sure why you keep doing that. Score text dot text equals that. Yes. Score dot string. Okay. Change that to game object. Game over screen. Okay. So we have a basic counter system counting up. Maybe instead of calling this on touch trigger, we call this on score. That way we could potentially reuse it for other things. And same thing for this. Call this object spawner. Create empty UI manager. UI manager. Okay. Text. True shadow. So this is a very cool component. Basically allows you to add nicer shadows. So let us text. Probably always going to be global angle. Okay. 7 is usually what I prefer, but in this case that's kind of a lot. So 5. Do 5, 5. Okay. So now I have that saved as a preset, and score text. Sure, that looks fine. Okay. Create empty game over screen. Usually I like to make this as its own separate canvas. Okay. Let's just do this. Canvas. Sort order. Let's just do that. Okay. Do that, and for value, add a vertical layout group here, middle center, I really hate the layout groups in this. Child alignment, middle center. We'll do one column, thank you. And just say 600. And add a button. New game button. Okay. Okay, so why are you all the way over there if you are part of this layout group? Add some more spacing. And this one, okay. All right, cool. So let us you actually padding. All right, very nice. So you, you're on button click. Add the manager. Public void so that we can actually access it. And we need to change these. Okay, player.instance.on hazard plus equals game over. Instance.game over. I was going to say, I don't know why it needs me to do the instance. And this needs to be minus. Okay. So whenever you're subscribing and unsubscribing to events, always make sure that have a subscribe and an unsubscribe one. That way it just cleans it up a little nicer and prevents errors. Okay, so back here, game over screen, score text, game over score text. Okay. Public class, hide on awake. So this is something that we're going to need a lot of going forward. Serialized field, private load delay, enumerate. Hide. Okay. Start coroutine. Hide. Okay. So this will be useful if there's anything that we want to hide at the start. We just throw that onto it. And we can add like a slight delay of like 0.01, for instance, if we need to do any initial setup. So, not historically been a fan of coroutines, but I'm starting to get the hang of them. So for instance, this. There we go. Okay, so if we hit play, and that's probably our spawner. Yep. Prefabs. Okay. And UI Manager is not happy because line 18 Do I need to put this in start? Probably. Because the... No, that should exist. Curious. You're definitely assigned. Alright, so here's another lesson. If you get no ref exceptions, consider all of the things that could possibly be null, and then do a log of them. Instance.on score. Okay. In this case, the class itself can't be null, but the instance could be, or the action could be. So we'll find out which of these is actually null, if it's the first one or the second one, or both. Player instance is null. So there are a couple things that we can do. We can go into script execution order and change these, or we can move these to start. Let's see if that fixed it. And our score is working. Hooray. Alright, so our pipes are cleaning themselves up nicely. So when we create a new game, So we could just reload the scene. That's certainly a possibility. That might be the easiest thing to do. In which case, probably won't. There's it. Looking up our previous project. Not that. Scripts. So I'm actually going to make a folder, utilities. Actually, instead of taking it from there, let's take it from... Yeah, we definitely don't want that. So we need singleton, we need... So these are some scripts that we had made for our Harvest Reaper project. And then this is just our standard save system that we've made in the past and used for a lot of different projects. So if you want to have a look at that. Persistence. Okay. So we have scene field. Let's actually take this, put that into utilities. So utilities will be stuff that's kind of like universal. Changer. because I don't like to have to keep remaking these every time. This is the whole point of why we build out tools and systems. Okay, so... I don't actually need this one just yet. Flappy Bird, scripts, UI manager. C# script, scene loader. Make that a singleton right away. Serialized field, private, theme, field, public void load theme, using Unity engine dot scene management. Excuse me, scene. Let's do names, or let's rename this to first scene. Okay. Public static void load first, load instance.load scene, instance.first scene. Okay. I'm just trying to think, is there anything else that we want to do? Let's see, create empty scene manager. scene loader. We should be able to just get that. Yep. Okay. So I could just clean that up and say okay. So where is our UI manager? So on new game, scene manager. Scene loader. So probably what we would want to do is have a separate scene for the main menu. Okay, so far working well. So as I was saying, we probably want a main menu scene. Flappy Bird main menu. This one is simple enough, we could probably get away with just turning stuff on and off. How do we want to handle that? Yeah, it's like a title screen kind of thing. Great. Scene. Flappy Bird titles. Get rid of this. save. Prefabs. Empty parent. So this bird is not going to be a player. Or have any kind of collision whatsoever. We don't need to out of bounds. Probably what we want to do then. New game button. For you. Private button. Make sure we're using the UI button. Private void await. Yes. Do that. Button dot on dot add listener. Private void load or new game. Okay. That new game button, and you can be a prefab. And instead of game over, main menu canvas. This actually do have some graphics here that we could use. Oh, we also have game over stuff. Oh, there is ground here. Interesting. Right, so that's a pause button, looks like. So you let's give you a True shadow. I thought that you had... There we go. Image. Okay. Where is bird? That is way too far. Okay. Actually. Bird. To over here. So something that we could do is, can we add an animator to you? Animations. Let's see. You, and you. Okay. So we have that one, that one. Copy, paste. Let's just see what that looks like. Go into build settings. In fact, let's just get rid of that. because you were not awake. Bird. Always animate. Avatar. Should be playing on that. No models available for preview. Why? Do we need 2D animation? Package manager. Unity registry, 2D animation. All right, so while that is loading up, let me go put some more music on. Tropical Freeze, OST. Waiting for this to load. So stuff like having to import this, we only have to do once for the entire project. So like eventually we'll have to import tile map editor when we go to do things like maze generation or minesweeper maybe. And then I also have to look into sound management. Okay. So will this work now? No. Probably because that's a sprite renderer. Admittedly, I haven't done nearly as much with the animator. Image. Sprite. Okay. That's pretty good. We want it to be even faster, maybe? Let's do 8. Is there a faster way to scale this down? I am not sure. Dope sheet. Seems like doing it manually is probably not very good. All right. Graphics, animations. Trying to think, because if I want him to bob up and down, would it be easier to do that by a script? Actually, you know what? I already have something like that. Utilities. So again, this is the one that we made for Harvest Reaper using Do Tween. So I should be able to just add why can I not set looping? Could always set speed here. Unity animator not going. There we go. So happy. Okay. Okay, so bird. It's probably got to be like a factor of 10 because of how it's scaled. Okay. Let's get rid of this grid layout. Is there a delay on this? No. Okay. Cool. Camera. View. Solid color. Mobile. Going mobile. You. Okay. call this minus 150. And bird. Cool. All right, are we happy with that? You. Okay. So why can I not click on this? Is it because it's don't destroy and load? Scene loader. Why can I not click to the button? Click. Private void on enable. Switch this. Move listener. Let's do this then. Scripts, utilities, script capture. Where's my squash and script? Really? So you know what? I have that in the Bingo app. All right. Why? Weird. What am I not getting? New. Interesting. Why can't they click on anything? Why is it not scaling? Are you blocking this? so weird. You're very obviously a canvas. Not registering any interaction. Why is that? What am I doing wrong here? We have a graphics raycaster, the button. That's all standard. Button. Okay, you're working. And now you're working. Has not been added to the build settings. Okay. I don't know what was up with that, but there we go. Okay. Let's try again. All right. Probably what we should do is make it so that there's a delay. So let's go back to this scene. Save. Okay. Let's do a canvas. call this countdown canvas. Okay. Okay. So put you here. Let's see. So make a new script. Call this countdown canvas. T under if input dot get mouse button public static countdown canvas instance. Private void awake. Dot invoke. Okay. Where's our bird? Bird. Okay. So here, let's say is active false. RB dot start is active equals true. RB dot simulated equals true. Pretty sure that's what simulated means in this context. You countdown candidates dot instance dot on start. Okay. What else needs to be? Type spawner. Let's do this instead. Wait till... Let's countdown signal. Private void on countdown signal dot instance dot on start plus equals private void on start. Game object dot set active. On start. Could also use like Unity events to do this instead. You. Have it would starts going. Unity. Using Hey, Krios. I'm getting jazzy over here. It's not done yet, but we did get all remade, added 2 Egyptian flutes instead of the traditional flutes. Took 3 hours to get drums right. Nice. Yeah, so far it's taken me 3 hours to get basic Flappy Bird. Well, we have the basic game, now I'm just kind of adding quality of life stuff to it. What was I just looking at? This. So then we don't need that. Get rid of that. Start canvas. Get rid of that. but it doesn't exist anymore. You don't have to worry about that. There we go. Just had a little hiccup is all. Okay, so now... So... Pipe spawner. Make this public void. Okay. Refresh. Where's our player? So now, you're going to start spawning, and our player okay. See if that actually works. Kinda. Original X. Public XYZ. Public, not cubic. May as well do this for Z as well. Switch. Default case. xyz.y. Create. Case xyz.x. Move local Z. Local X. Default that to Y. Okay. So now, yes, and let's see if that does anything. That's kind of cool. All right, let us make it a little bit faster. Tap. What happens if we don't randomize that? And make that 10. And then on start center. All right, so that should hide it automatically. That looks pretty good, right? Maybe we can make these even bigger. Ah. Camera. I'm wondering if maybe we make that a little bit wider. It should be okay. Because, I mean, the game is supposed to be a little bit challenging. Alright, I would say we got the timing down right on all of that. We could add like a little bit of an animation to it as he's dying. Let's do this. Public pool is active. And then you. Type spawner. Because we can't set it. And then I hate that. Enable player.instance.on hazard. Plus equals dot on disable. Okay. Serialize field. Okay. More music. Bird die. Remove that. Shoot. That's not going to work. Bird. Flappy Bird controller menu. Um, you. Okay. Oh, I see. Transform rotation. Okay. Copy that. Okay. So, for a bird, private animator. Animator dot equals get play serialize field private animation clip flap clip die clip. Dot It's so dumb that you can't just call it from a clip. You have to actually call it by name. Alright, let's see if that works. Alright, he's flapping. He's flapping. Oh. And game manager. You have that. Okay. I think we can't return if we're doing invoke repeating. Okay. Maybe we can. Maybe I'm just dumb. There's our pipes. And he died. Yay! Okay. Probably the next thing we're going to want would be sound effects, I would imagine. Let's do this instead. I don't know if return will screw things up for that. Interesting. Okay. So it does work. Okay. Do I want to just import my existing audio manager, or do we want to like remake all this shit from scratch? Still have to go and get some sound effects. Sadly, not all of my things are here, it looks like. Uh-oh. freezing. We could use the coin. Let's bring those in for now. I gotta be careful not to grab any copyrighted sounds. All right. Public void. Private audio. All this music source. Audio source. I should probably bring in the other one because that has the dual tracks that allows me to play them in sequence, although it's not really necessary for this because probably only have one at a time. Instance dot play one shot. Static void. Since source. Okay. Playing music. So we need to be careful. We need to make a decision. Either we try and make something robust to work with all of our projects, or we put them in a namespace and make different ones for each one. For now, let's just do this. Public class audio. Using Unity engine, serialize field. I'll worry about namespaces once we run into a conflict, I think. Private, audio clip. Let's see, audio manager, play sound effects, audio clips. Hey, Pan and Code. Making Flappy Birds, but your keyboard flaps every minute. Instance dot. Death effects. Player flap. Audio clip set instance flap effects. And then pair it up on the score. Say on score audio manager dot audio clips dot score effects. Really, this should not be in the player class. This should be in the audio manager class. So let's do that. Play effects. Instance death effects. Play flap. Play effects. Audio clips. Dot instance. Dot Everyone on enable. Start at instance.on score. Declared instance.on hazard plus equals death sound. I guess the one there is okay. What am I talking about? No. It's very much not okay. Public action on flap. Invoke. Player.instance.on flap equals play flap sound. Okay. I think that's all of those, and then disable. Okay. Speaking of sounds. So doing subsequent ones will be a lot easier because even if I have to remake something like this from scratch for that particular one, I can just copy down most of this. You notice I've heavily shifted my channel's content, shifting from solo 12-hour streams and game jams. What do you think this is? I'm not going to be going for 12 hours, I'm going for 6 hours because I have something to do at 9 o'clock. If I didn't, I could go a lot longer. But like our Sunday stream when we were playing Half-Life 2, that was almost 12 hours. Funny dev challenge, you notice more devs doing this. You're talking about the 20 game challenge? Let's do this instead. Keep our audio manager nice and pure. Where is this being referenced? Singleton. Yeah, okay. That's fine. See, because then I can just wrap this in a namespace. And like I said, keep my audio manager pure. Now we should have nothing here. I could go ahead and start splitting out input as well. UI, no. Audio. You. Okay. So that'll be score. What should we pick for background music? Go with Sabaton's Shirayama. I think that would be a good choice. Very appropriate. Yep, I've been talking about this challenge for a while. Yep, the developer pulled the plug on that. We were looking at that earlier. We could go with Green Garden, I guess. Or Blue Resort from Bomberman. Let's go with Blue Resort. Just because I'm not really an audio person. How would I loop this? Right. That was the song that he wanted. I remember now. Unity loop music. Oh wait, that should be on the source here, right? Loop. All right. Let us pause this a second, as much as I love that song, so we can actually hear. I think do we want to split those up? Yeah, let's do that. Create empty. Actually, I don't need to do that here. Or yeah, we'll do it here. Audio assets. And then copy this. Put you here. Move this. And turn you into prefab. Okay, and then for now, we'll just hide you. Let's see, Flappy Bird, you, save. And create empty, no. Prefabs, audio manager. Okay. Now the music at least is continuous. All right, but what are you null referring? So annoying. Because that's supposed to work according to the Unity life cycle. Still no? What if instead of this, public static audio clips instance, and game manager. Nothing's actually referencing the game manager or the audio clips. So maybe we don't need to make that a singleton. Let's try this again. There we go. That's pretty good. All right, very cool. So now don't need this anymore. Okay, let us try adding a trail renderer. To our thing. Put our music back on for now, I guess. Let's just see how that looks right out of the box. Right. Okay, so that's clearly not working. Is that because it's only moving up and down? Or is it because it's not thick enough? Let's see. Is it because it needs to be moving? No. Burb. Oh, burb. Just try 10xing that. Alright, so you clearly need a material. Let us also make see if we can get the background of parallax. So we need a time node, and that's going into a telling an offset node. Texture 2D. Sample texture 2D. Multiply. Vector 2 speed. Cool. It's actually really pretty. Might have to use that for something. Shoot. Forgot they don't like sprites. That's a problem. Does that mean I'm going to have to manually slice this myself? Because that's not cool. Alright, fine, I guess we'll slice it ourselves. Although... Thank you. Flappy background. Sprite UI, single repeat. There we go. Easy. Okay. So the reason it's doing that is because the bird isn't actually traveling, it's just simulating everything. So something I had thought about initially was we could reverse it, where the pipes spawn and the pipes stay still, but the bird is always traveling. And then we would have to make everything else childed to the bird and follow the bird, and then we could get a trail. But that would require refactoring everything. Alternatively, you draw the points and set their position relative to it, so it's always behind. But that doesn't seem like much fun either. So let us try something here. If we make it so the entire world moves, where is our pipe? Actually, Copy all that. Public class simple mover. Let's call this speed X, speed Y. Var move equals new vector. Speed Z. I always like my code to be nice and compact like this. Actually, separate out concerns. Okay. So then our pipe prefab. Okay. So that should all still work just fine. Where is that spawning? Hmm. Let's do this instead. Suddenly they're moving way too fast. Where's my simple move? Your 3 dot left times so that should be fine. It should be the same thing that we just had. Right, vector 3 dot left times speed would be negative speed in the x direction. U that shouldn't matter. Let's try that. Maybe it's going too fast. Definitely going too fast. Okay. So if we scale it down by a factor of 100, it's still too fast. 1,000. Now that's too slow. That seems pretty decent. Okay. So now we wanted to simple mover. Have all of this move 0.1 that away. And the camera's probably going to follow us. Okay, well, the trail renderer is working at least. Camera. Go there. So you come with us. And hopefully that stays in the same relative position. Hooray! We've added a trail renderer. All right. Now the question is, why is your trail so large? Trail material. Let's put some music on and try and figure this out. Not that one. Not Ocarina of Time. There we go. Trail renderer. Curve value to control. Make that a little bit smoother. So for learning purposes, documentation is perfectly acceptable. Enable this to destroy the game object to which the trail render after it is not moved for time seconds. Interesting. And cap vertices. Try 6. Light probes, additional settings. Practice renders per pixel screen space motion from one information to apply post-processing effects. Motion blur. Occlusion system calls the renderer when it is blocked from a camera's view by a static occluder. I know Gabriel is using VFX rather than what if I no, not text, text. Um, Um, plug the mask in there. And change this. Where did I just see that? Do I need a split node? Oh. Let's see. What are you unhappy about? Okay, project. Trail renderer. Supersonic burb. Interesting. There we go. Um, Trying to think, would we ever want the alpha to be different? Um, Smoothness. Split. Can I stretch this out more? Hmm. Not quite what I'm envisioning. Picturing kind of like a wispiness. Let me see if I can find a picture to show you. Kind of like that sort of thing. Not really sure how I would do that. Seamless. Something like that, I'm thinking. But like horizontal. I'm sure there's got to be a way I could make that. Yeah, something kind of like that is what I'm picturing. I might have to do some more research onto how to actually make that. Because like that's kind of the effect that I want. Similar to the trail effect from when we did Spirit Chain. Alright, I'm not going to mess too much with that, because that's all polished stuff anyway. Alright, I also don't know why it's like flashing every now and then. Wonder if that's because of the trail renderer, or is that because of something else? Looks like it's because of the trail renderer. Okay. Could get the laser pack. Speaking of Gabrielle. Is that the one I'm thinking of? Yeah, Hubble Studios. Toon lasers. That's new. Go away. Thank you. See, like these kinds of textures. So we've got less than an hour remaining. Let's see what we can accomplish here. Sure. Mm-hmm. So something I was thinking that we could do is make this our own. And there are plenty of variants of Flappy Bird out there already. Let me just import this. So instead of Flappy Bird, could have Flappy Scorpion. And going through like a sand dune kind of thing. That might be a fun thing to do, like off screen. So nice lasers. Okay, let's go back to this. Surely we have other textures and materials that we could use. There we go. That one, I think, is the one that I wound up using. So where is verb? Verb. Doing well. How are you doing? You weren't kidding about coming back in Egyptian 5 minutes. It's not showing up. Trying to be loaded. Okay, well, I don't want you to do that. Why are you trying to domain backup? That's what I don't get. No, quad. Laser. Okay, so have that. So now, how do I get you to load onto the bird? See, like that's working fine. Is it something to do with the trail renderer, or is it to do with the texture? How about if I get rid of that? What happens if I try closing and reopening? Okay, now you're not doing the thing, so that's good. I can kind of see the trail in the background. Like, I can see it off to the side here. See if that does the thing. See, I can see it there. Why can't I see it here? Weird. I don't get that. All right. I'll have to look into that some other time. Because that's just polish. But we got the base game done. We're not breaking any land speed records, but we got all of the main systems done. We got instantiation, we got destruction, we got input, we have UI, we have sound effects, we have music. So that is everything that you need for a complete loop. We even have a main menu. If we go back to... So the only other thing you could maybe want is like progressive upgrades and settings. But we have like nice little animations. And of course I suck at this game. Alright, trying to think. Is there anything else we want to do the last remaining 30 minutes? Or do I just want to end it here? I think just for fun. See if I can do something really quick. I'm looking at like that kind of thing. Let's get our Calponics textures. Sand. In fact, why don't we drag this entire thing and while that's loading, while it's chugging hard, okay. Hmm. Brick. Or sand. Um, Actually, do my normal trick. Pathfinder, that. Haha. Hey, it's Browser. How you been, buddy? Haven't seen you in a while. Coming just at the end of the stream. We've got like a half hour left to go here. That's good. Busy is good. You 20 game challenge, assets, Flappy Bird, graphics, test, select, export. Prefabs, you delete. That's because sprites apply you to repeat. Wrong way. Remove that. Is that going to be enough space? Should be. Yes. Flappy circuit. If I wanted to do this, I would spend a lot more time with it, obviously, and actually plan it out. This is just trying to kill the last 30 seconds of time that we have. That is the wrong scene, although... Sure, we'll go with that. Nah, don't like that. Alright, I'll have to figure out something else to do with that. back to our other scene. Graphics. Hue. Huzzah. That's more interesting because you have these angled slopes now. Obviously, they would probably have to get spawned farther away. You know what we do have, chat? Where is it? Circuit. Not that one. You guys remember these? From when we did Spellweaver? I mean scarabs. We're talking about these things, right? Could certainly do that too. But for now, since we are pressed for time, bird, visual. But yeah, so this is just to show that you can do all sorts of things with this, right? It doesn't have to be a bird. In fact, we could take this. We can make it a spider too if we wanted. Where did your body go? That's because the animator. See, that's more thematically appropriate. And like we could have it turn left and right as it's going up and down. So it actually looks like it's moving. It looks cursed and cool at the same time, yeah. Let's see. Hmm. Um... Um... Flappy Bird, but I have to flap every time there's a donation. Um... Transform. Head rotation. Z rotation. Um, um, $45 minus 45. Yeah, you could do 3D blended models. Music's giving you Death Notes vibes. It's from Breath of the Wild. It's the Lost Woods theme. Copy. That's a bit too fast. That's a little better. Maybe not quite so much. So this will be... Let's try this. Give the head a little bit more motion than the body. Okay, that's a little more interesting. Obviously, we can make an entire animation production out of this, but for now. All right, browser, take care. And your body just disappeared. What happened to all our fine work there? Alright, we got about like 5 more minutes. And then I have to love you and leave you. Okay. Yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out. It keeps getting switched. Or the other one, you see that? Alright, I think this is going to be the last thing that we wind up doing. I was sure that was it. Oh. That's why. Alright, we got it, chat. Hooray! Happy birds at 3 a.m. Alright, so we successfully completed the first challenge, I would say. We recreated Flappy Bird, the original, and then we put our own little spin on it, and we set ourselves up for a pretty decent position going forward. I am a little disappointed that we couldn't get to some of the other polished stuff. Like, I would have liked to have recreated all of this in our own style with better animations, but we will get there eventually. If I had another 6 hours, I could probably do it. But having said that, I do have to go. Make sure that you guys are subscribed to the channel so you know when we go live, probably tomorrow. We will be doing Breakout and Pong. And then, for any of you who haven't seen it yet, just a reminder, we do have our merch store is live. So, holidays are coming up. Make sure that you guys check that out. There's a link down in the description. You can see all of the designs that we worked so hard on. And if you want to see how we made them all, we've got art streams. But yeah, go check out the store. And I will see you guys tomorrow.